eCenter was the first company to get funded by the Mobile Navy Network. Now I'm setting up the entrepreneurship center in Pittsburgh with Mississippi State Health, and pretty excited to be here. Let's go there.
Thank you all for being here, and let's get right into the pitches. So, first up is Vince Brandon, we have Walt.
Hello guys, so my name is Austin Wheeler and I'm a software engineer here at Mississippi State University. And today I will be doing my name is Austin Wheeler, I'm a software engineer and I'm Paul Business Bureau. Paul represents the future of Business Bureau by mixing both unique and ambitious designs, making animals that have balls. So, okay, so when's the last time that you went shopping for clothes and you were genuinely impressed? Now you may have thought, that looks nice. Then you got the cost $40 to $50 for it, and you got to ask yourself, was it really worth it? So pretty much, you're not even, like you mentioned earlier, you're not even really paying for the quality or even the appearance, but mainly the brand. And that's why so many people, especially from lower income households, can't even afford to get good quality gyms. So even if you look right here at the chart, you will see how the price for clothing here or gym here is steadily increasing. Everything's going up in some direction. So our mission is simple: is to make the best quality product with the best price. So pretty much just to ensure that everyone has access. It's where fashion and functional. So it's going to look just as good as it's made. So what we're doing here is actually so pretty much all release clothing collections, and these collections are based on unique animals. So it's every design is going to be unique to that specific animal. For example, the bear collection and the tiger collection, and pretty much one the main idea for it to be known for its processing intensity and also a unlimited presence, which is all aspects of the little around your brain. So pretty much global prides using the best quality products in the gym industry, from polyester to nylon, to spandex, which is known for its durability, flexibility, and breathability. Also, I know you guys have heard like rib jeans before. That's kind of crazy idea, but pretty much I want to take that rib design, that shirt design, and put that on like the gym industry, just to act and contribute to a fashion statement and function statement, pretty much by contributing to that breathability, will also make it more. It will increase the airflow, which will also and dry. No one wants to deal with a big butt sweat on the gym equipment. So, okay, so this is some of our designs for these are more simple. These are the cheapest designs available. These are not about the conditions. So pretty much it's just for people who don't want to be as flashy, just looking to go to the gym and all that. So these are affordable different colorways. They might range from $19.99 to the t-shirt and the range from $24.99 to $29.99. Okay, so of course we have something everybody likes to show out. This is a concept from the tiger collection right here, and pretty much this one right here. These will be more expensive. These are a part of a specific collection, so essentially we'll call more produced. Then pretty much the starting price for the shorts would be $29.99, and the starting price for the shorts would be $39.99, which is still below the market of competitors. So, now we're into the fun stuff. So pretty much now Qualcomm is Qualcomm is buying products from wholesale suppliers. What it is that the better relationship with our supplier and a lower cost. So we can still drive the cost down even this way here as you see the room. of the cost of every unit. We'll keep it simple with shirts and shorts. So as you can see, the shorts range from about $2 to $7, and the shirts for shorts from $7 to $11, and the shirts to $6. So the profit margins for the shirt would be 80%, and the profit margin for the shorts would be 58%. So we're still making over no triple the profit that the company invested. So working for the promotions for the quality, we utilize marketing algorithms in social media such as advertisements, and also with influencers who are famous TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So pretty much falls within the brand. It's also a community, the community that supports the business. So please join me in a new breed spirit. Thank you. All right.
Unit.
Yeah.
All right, we got a question?
Yeah, I want to know, what do you think of the key competitive advantage versus the product?
So I would say my key competitive advantage is when you see the design that you saw, which is all concept. But if you see that comparing to the prices of like Nike or even like a gym shop, it's not going to draw them. They charge $100,000 for it. I mean, the truth be told is you're not really getting what you pay for. You're getting less than what you pay for. So the truth is, for this brand, I want to make sure that people are getting exactly what their money's worth.
How often do you think about changes in types of doing it like any?
And so the new idea is really, it's so versatile, and create so many collections of animals that have skulls. And you can put that logo on there and you get boxers to a cup. So really, it's very versatile. The market is still increasing. The market's projected to go up 500% over the next actually 5 years, which may not sound like a lot, unless they're going to lose $18 billion of economic expansion.
Like the ideals for building a community around the brand. I was wondering when you see that standing for
yeah, so pretty much it will primarily be advertising as long as using the connection, the personal connections that I know. They will be rocking the brand, but they have large followers, and I'm sorry to myself. So that company will be using like advertisements like join the club or something on social media platforms, which connects to millions of people online, and that to me can increase the drive sales.
You know, you had mentioned that product is cheap. Is it cheap or is it going to be value oriented? Is there a difference?
So I think that the value of the product you're getting actually more, because in reference to the competitors, I would not say it's a cheap product. I would need to consider it was driving it as cheap. This is going to be top of the line quality for the best possible price.
And you mentioned that in terms of top of the line quality, and you shared some of the characteristics of the material. Are those different than what's on the world now, or are they the same type of material?
Basically, it is it's relatively the same. I work with flyweight materials between those three, but the truth is it is the same but cheaper. So you're paying for so much. These companies are making a kit, and really they're only making to the dollar because they have loyalty for these suppliers. So they're paying the cheaper products, the price that I have cheaper here, and charging us 3 to 4 times what is really important, or what you should be paying. All right, just another one which is the store.
All right, next we have green through ball game.
Hi, my name is Ethan Peterson, and my startup is Root Coffee and online coffee and shop delivery services in college towns and populated cities that eliminates plastic companies and waste costs, all while making the coffee interactive with users and employees. Problem, the comprised industry is visibility with Starbucks along the way to over 4 billion annually. These corporate companies face a lot of pressure around that, but innovate. Only thing that they really did do was make the city pop tops, make straws, but there's a bigger problem than a straw, but customers care. That's why companies like bottle owners on our water companies. But there's still these rules going to change within the industry. Another problem is extended wait times. It's becoming increasingly expensive to buy coffee, and the product is sometimes inconsistent. Solution to completely eliminate plastic waste. Never a wait time, a full week supply, valued at $35 to $40 with just $20, and all products made consistently and precisely. The customer will go online and order a coffee or tea concentrate with pressures and similar products. Coffee-wise, this is what they will receive. From that point, they will be able to extract the coffee just to their liking. That's how you can go in this folder. We will give them guides and recommendations and ideas. And also, I would love to build a online community where they can build off of each other's ideas. And then the full week supply is stored within the fridge. It's delivered to staff. It's picked up on staff when it's finished. And hopefully, a new product delivered as well. And all the supplies are fully reusable. The idea is that when a customer gets their coffee, they'll put it in a thermos or something of the sort to eliminate that waste. And the running model will cost the customer about $20 a unit. That's the purchase model. We make about $8.40 to make. You'll notice that I didn't put labor at $0. Labor is not very demanding, most of it is going to be delivered, and it is going to be delivered in bulk. So say you deliver 100 bottles and in the span of a few hours, there will be a tip function on our website for the drivers. And if we deliver 100 bottles, say it's virtually $1, that's $50, and that's not fully covered the cost of delivery. So our gross profit is about $11.60, and our gross margin is 58%. That's made to start this not including licensing and drug development and to finance opportunities, crowdfunding, to offer customers product that is price with a free air like certain tools and instructors. You also have a cash flow for doing expensive. We kind of get the idea of what your customer base is going to be like before you develop your product. Marketing strategy, we're going to do a lot of on-campus marketing specifically for our marketing within college towns. So brand ambassadors, posts on social media, and skating clicks and links to our website. These brand ambassadors will also carry dot cards, which allow you to flow the website in order within seconds. As well as partnership with fundraisers, such as City Creek Life Organization to have it. We're also a partnership with a nonprofit. Would also give us that exposure on along with the rewards program. And then the competitive advantage, what makes them better First thing I will say is knowing our competition is not in place local craft coffee. The hot drinks, the foaming latte, that just simply can't be done in sort of a period of a week. Our product is for very specific. What you may enjoy, with that, and that is iced coffee. All the coffee is iced tea, made hot or ice. But we do encourage, the drinking of that local craft coffee, while also selling the other companies simply can't avoid plastic waste or rating customers. This is very reasonably priced. It simply made better. All our coffee is made with refrigerant power that ensures maximum extraction out of the coffee and the highest quality output. That's all.
Probably move to the delivery piece again, I know you got labor, so I can understand labor. The law may have a delivery part, how that's still do.
The process, okay, so delivery, the idea is that we should deliver in 50 bottles in a few hours. There's gonna be a tip function on our website to tip our drivers. We have market coffee, they do get tips in coffee. And especially companies like the store companies, the DoorDash and Uber Eats like that. It may only take a couple hours, but even if everybody just said $1, that should be enough to cover the hours.
So thinking more about the delivery, is it gonna be that you're gonna have your own like team of individuals or doing this private or?
That's right.
And where are you gonna be making product?
So right here in Starkville. Here has to be great. A lot of.
And where are you sourcing the materials from?
I have a couple different registers that I'm interested in, from our coffee. One based out of Chicago, the equipment comes out of Taiwan, and then teams out of Alabama.
And do you think any of that's going to be mentioned to, you mentioned your customer group, any products, supporting the materials would be important.
And what, like,
As to whether they see value in the product, you can certainly interested in not having more like plastic or cups. I'm just wondering if good materials are going to be fun.
if you talk about that in terms of environmental impact,
Just customer satisfaction.
customer satisfaction, so all the materials that we made are going to come out great quality output. If that's what you're asking, I really evaluate the residents.
So you're getting the bottles back.
Yes.
From the customer, so you're gonna have to factor in cleaning them.
Yes.
And making them and stuff.
Yes.
And then last question, how many different flavors are you?
Flavor wise, they're not very easy to make in this work. So there's guys as far as what we can follow.
And last question, and how much company green?
The idea of reducing waste as just something like that. Probably starting in this. But what's that?
All right, we'll keep it.
All right, up next we have the board of kids.
Hi, I'm Chris Bell, and I'm in business relations. And I'm part of graduating from creative director for kids, basically I'm design for the t-shirt for retailing, and I thought it was. Yeah, like Chris said, I am a business man. So when I was in high school, I was trying to branch out of my business, and I went closed online kind of very cheap, well, they look really cool. You know, everybody cool, and I got them. They were cool, but they did not last. They really didn't go to any factors. This was known as back shack. I tried to look up about it. Don't know what that is. Basically, clothes that are made very quickly and very cheap. It's often made on it or later. There's ways to make the bag. We can see here globally there's someone working in hazardous conditions. Also, the 92 clothes I think it's a bigger issue. It was a lot of part of it. Trying to find working clothes to be also. And that we come in here for the kids, it's really hard for the kids. Will be a new way of doing that. They're starting by 50% of the honor and at the moment. We want you to when you marry a person from us, we usually and we're going to sell and a mock up of what you guys want. This is going to be a really selling and we're going to be impressive. So, we are really use that for and that's which is at $18 in gross profit. $2.07, just 50%. Checking the day. That's part of the and we should that is a problem. But now for us to establish into a order to this is and utilize connections here and yeah, as far as that is that what I really say about this is so what and is simple now but as the catch social media, it's a push video of people actually shares their needs. So they know we're confident, we should start out by getting more responsible. I personally have been treated there, many things have occurred. And, you know, very quickly get into something for future that they once you sell that's relationship with thank you guys so much. Yeah. Colorways and in future different seasons, like these ads, all kinds of whatever we feel like.
So the primary mega flows, or charity. So your primary customer projects are those things bad. And so people that probably already did charity donations now, but don't get different mechanisms that thing are close.
Yes, also, we can want the market. Going on here. I know you're going to like patients and also you're looking for market. It's easy.
I was gonna say, I love, there's the charitable, there's the preventative aspect of, predatory fashion practices. It's not really too much of a question, but I also really appreciate this recruitment centric element and all the marketing campaigns. I don't know, just I'm curious to hear more marketing ideas, what we raise, you know, that kind of element, but make you feel good about it.
Well, yeah, we sat here earlier on and we wanted to be kind of the faces, kind of even a logo. It's we used for growing up here, just like no, kind of these connections are in lives and kind of branch out to like I said, to closer to us, you know, the United States, anywhere we really. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, certainly the honor is a very worthy organization and several individuals want to donate to them. One of the things that as we're talking so much for connection with the community, and I know that you met others too. And I'm curious, I mean, do you have other ideas where, like, you know, you mentioned other partners where funding might go to, or you know, would be more stimulating attention from back to actual community, given that so community start focus.
Right, yeah, so, yes.
Well, is there, where else money that $2 that's gonna be going, it's around $29, should be more community.
So we definitely I can talk about the universal relationship with the customer. We want to know what it costs to be passionate about, what costs to be very passionate about, and if we can partner. And if we go out to customers possible, maybe before we're not, but maybe before we go, we can go and ask it with cost. Thank you.
All right, now we have 2 official customers.
Hello, my name is Kathy. I am the founder and CEO of 2 Official Custom. I'm a senior here in Mississippi State, and my major is business administration. First, I want to talk about where 2 Official Custom started. We started in the middle of the pandemic, only customizing shoes and restoring them too. But over time, we found people coming to us wondering if they could get their hoodies and shirts customized to match their shoes. So we said, why not? After doing extensive research, we found that we were a part of the decorated apparel market. In the United States in 2019, this market was estimated at about $500 million. And although it fell in 2020 due to COVID, it has an estimated compound annual growth rate of about 12.2% from like 2021 to 2028. Also, while we were researching, we found out that most brands successful in this market have 2 of 3 major things: quality, variety, and affordability. In saying this, we found that the product/medium pair, meaning the things you can get customized and the way you can customize them, is very scarce to what consumers are looking for. Another thing we found is affordability and quality together are super hard to find. Our solution for this was 2 Official Customs, a decorated streetwear brand that caters to those who appreciate variety, quality, and affordability in true one-of-one wearable art. We specialize in unique personal designs from anything like shoes and hoodies to even jean material, rubber material like Crocs or slides. We were produced through a customer lens, so we really take pride in our customer experience. Meaning it's just easier, 1, 2, 3. Once customers come onto our website, they're able to choose our many product templates, add whatever add-ons they would like, edit it to their liking, and submit. Also, if they would like their shoes customized, they would have to set up a consultation. Here's how it works. I know you guys are probably thinking this is a ton of products to do through a lot of mediums, but we have divided this company into 3 major process groups. The first group would be cloth. Anything that has cloth like shoes, hoodies, shirts, hats, anything like that goes in one group, and we have a team that specializes in customizing things of cloth. Our second group would be the leather. Shoes, leather accessories like belts and things like that. And we have a team to customize things like that because all those processes are basically the same. And lately we've recruited 2 new people. One person specializes in jean material and the other person specializes in rubber material. Although we haven't got into selling those things, we do want to get into selling those things. It was hard for me to create a financial model, so instead I'm going to tell you about it. All of our products will be priced at about a 35 to 40% profit margin, and the additional profits will come from our add-ons because they will have 100+% profit margin because they only cost like a penny to produce. We will sell things on our Shopify store that is currently being created. We will boost things through Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and all social media ads like that. Our target market is anyone. We want to target everybody, anyone who wants to be different or individualized. But the main people who follow us on social media will be women from ages 18 to 24. But as you guys can see, we have ages 44, 54 down there too. Our market strategy is to bring on brand ambassadors who would post our products and make videos and reels related to our product and tag us in it. These are my main 3 brand ambassadors. Over these 3 people on all social media sites, there are over 70,000 active followers that they all have. Our competitive advantage is we are kind of in our own niche because we do so many products and through so many mediums like heat press techniques, patchwork, heat printing, digital printing, and airbrush mediums. We are the one-stop shop for anyone's custom needs, and that's what sets us apart from our competition. Thank you.
So it was really exciting to see the growth that you projected or shared about decorated apparel market at 12.2%. But is it going to be tapping out in year 28? That's only 5 years away. I'm just wondering, is this a fad or is this going to be able to continue on past that?
No, it should be able to continue on long past that. simply because this market is pretty new, and since it did have that huge drop in 2020, there's nothing but growth that can come to this market.
I was gonna ask, because you talked about trying to marry high quality and affordability. What is it that lets you be able to track that? It's very difficult.
Since I started in 2020, I have been buying samples and kind of going through a lot of things with a lot of my vendors. I have currently have 5 for certain products. Since I've been with them for 3 years, I believe that I am getting the best price for the best quality that anyone can get, honestly.
So you've already been doing this for quite a while, so you've sold a lot. So what have you learned by already essentially operating as a business that helps you project where you're going?
I've learned that since I'm kind of in my own category of doing so many products and so many mediums that, but can you repeat your question so I can make sure I'm answering it right?
Yeah, so you already have a lot of experience doing this. How is that giving you the confidence to know that you are going to be able to grow?
Because I feel like after doing this for 3 years, I feel like that I could become a better in this market, and that people will kind of look at us as opposed to customizing the brand.
So when a customer comes to you, and I know it's specific to the product, but what's the general turnaround time?
It's about 4 to 6 weeks because we do have to get the products in and customize them, but it's completely worth it for the price that you pay for the quality of goods that you receive.
So the product is shipped to you and then you ship it back?
Well, currently for our first drop, which is in May, it will be, they will buy it and we'll buy from them and they'll ship it to us and then we'll work it out. But hopefully, whenever we do have an official line of clothes that we will produce, then those things will be, I will already have those already in inventory and I'll just custom and send them out. It only take like 2 to 4 weeks whenever we do an official drop.
And you also mentioned that you just brought on new people. Like, what is your process to determine that they are going to be a quality individual for being employed in this area?
Normally, I look to recruiting artists, a lot of artists. I found that artists, they love taking pride in their own work, and by allowing them to incorporate their own ideas into certain business designs, they excel in what they do because they're taking ownership of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty short on time. I was gonna ask you also about recruiting, because I mean, this is very high quality work. And when you're recruiting new artists and matching quality, I was wondering if you have some way to maybe for their time, right?
Yes. Yeah. We're thinking about charging commissions. Currently, everyone for the brand is kind of doing it until the brand can sell and then be produced. But we are planning on charging a percent of commission, anywhere between 30 and 50% commission, because again, they're taking ownership over their work.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll get the judges' notes rolled out. And then we have A&T design specs.
And we are focused on creating a completely unique individual art pieces for him.
So my problem that I have is that I like to stand out, I like to have things that are unique to me, but there's a lot of brands that are the same. They have the same kind of design, same kind of style, and I just kind of want to stand out. So the market, I found that people do want to be different. They want to have comparable art that makes them feel like themselves and represent them more and have their own flavor. So my solution was create hand-painted canvas, painted denim, paintings, shoes, and toes. That's where I'm starting at right now. So in front of you judges, you have one of my first cowboys that I have. And I've learned that cowboys are very temperamental. So as you can see, it has some wear and tear. And it's still a work in progress. But the services that I want to be able to provide is that customization to fit your desires. I want you to feel like this represents you. I want to have aspects that you value and things that bring you joy. So these are some examples of other products that I've used. So the shoes at the top, I actually did for grandmother, and they were white. Now they're both black. And he just wanted something that had like galaxy. The room is filled with galaxy lines. And the other three, that's the other side of the California. And the other two are paintings that are currently in my house. So how it looks is that I'm going to do consultation. The value of consultation gives people the room to tell you what they want, what they feel, what inspires them, and why they want these items on their designs. Next would be the design process, which is where I visually draw it and make sure that it fits your vision. Next would be the confirming and execution of the design. So the painting, the sealing, the whole process of making it to its full potential. Next would be the review and tagging and also the delivery process. So for each item that I make, I make sure that I have it with a set kind of packaging so that it's safe when it's transported, and making sure it can be picked up and then make sure that it's what you want, and it just give you that and next is my financial model. So currently I have what I've done before. So the price of the largest one I do is 65, but it only costs me 24.57. But compared to the canvas painting, those vary by the size of the canvas, just because of the prices to get quality. It varies by size and by paint. So next, I will move to my sales strategy. And right now, I'm looking into college students because I am one that's who reaches out. That's who wants to feel different and make their own mark. And then I will have a website that I'm currently building and well as regularly have online to make some of my designs that I already have out there to just gauge who's actually interacting. And I'm going to rely on social media, community events like pop-up shop, and word around the room. Clients are already known for and future friends, family, and everyone else that they see it in one. And my competitive advantage is that I just want you to feel like this is the person I can be friends with. This is the person that I can see in my family member, because that is the most important part of having leaders to be able to understand people. And also understand the significance of the design that you're creating, because things that you might see is little might be big sometimes. And that gets into my model of finding your power, because I want you to feel like every design that you get from my business, it makes a big impact in all items of it. And that's all I have.
Thank you. And I noticed in your model or process here, it's going to be content. So I'm very interested in, you know, understanding things are really moving along. How many consultations are you expecting a day, a month, a year? How many customers are going to be able to? So right now, I'm doing 2 per month. And maybe a max of 3 or in summer, this is I am a college student, I'm a part major, so those things stay incredibly, so that I can learn the skills to further develop my craft and make it look more preventative, more professional, and have it development.
I'm gonna pull up the, those you have here. Looks like so you're answering that. So when you started with the actual calendar, you haven't seen it in for the best of the calendar from
That was my request. I actually did those last semester as my homecoming pants that I wanted to wear. And I was like, why not put it out or state it and Main Avenue or campus? So if I could put that on there, and have it kind of that could be branched out to like come out.
This is all very good quality work. I was wondering if you, because there's spring definitely working local, sit down in person with your clients. You can make a lot more money if you go through the same quality of services online. Have you considered doing that at all?
I'm actually working on that right now because currently my university is branched out of Maryland. That's where I live outside of school. So I have to put it on our website so that you can be able to buy it anywhere, anyone.
So I am trying to think about scaling, you know, beyond just 2 customers, say, in a semester or something like that. And, you know, you had mentioned that there's different configurations. You have a feel for, like, when you're presenting anyone to the customer, how many times are you going to have to go back and look, have you incorporated that into the model?
So generally, I am back and forth with my clients about 5 times overall actually just to make sure that this is what you want, this is for sure, this is the color, size, how you look on each side, and then after I start the painting process, I'll send them in progress pictures to make sure that anything that they want, I can get before it is.
what you can is like. As your customer.
I really don't. I have design, it's a logo design, and I have to do design. So that phase of look design, I'll eat what change to make it fit them and have them personalize. Like the one of mine, I look at the same account and it has their line names, so that changes my person. And there's line up to all of them. But the front and back, then it has there to move all the long eyes and this is illustrating.
Press F5.
All right, up next we have the OTC.
Go to the Bureau of the Street Bureau Program that I started in August of 2014, when she was the freshman year of high school, and the term OT standing from the term I want to go, which originated from greatest law. That's something that I incorporate in the products. The main purpose of my role is to encourage people to express their awareness, but to also allow people to know that you can express something without being caught or irritated. So that's pretty much what I'm since the launching of the I've been able to involve recently since 2022, I've been able to exceed to another branch called Stevens. And within those Stevens, I offer dry shirts, muscle shirt, fitness, women's workouts, and even fitness. I have a lot of more stuff on the website. This is pretty much still, this brand is still women's day since there's no reason I'm very quality of I'm kind of taking that to the race. I've also been able to use the issue brand utilization by a lot of all over 20 months ago. Most recently brought ebook entrepreneurship called School Business Go Guys Great News. It starts off with a little bit of history, and you can see this play on where the history to my story on how I got started on entrepreneurship during they tell me how to develop a logo, how to develop LLC, money management. It also tells you how to build relationships with your vendors and on social media, whether it be TikTok, Instagram, anything like that. And also AOC to the extent of telling you how to maintain a great mental level, because within the entrepreneurship where they can be very discouraged and very sometimes well. So I make sure that I included it. It's pretty much good to be started on the business for to expand the best right. My outreach right now, I am public events, and I also do outreach for brand ambassadors. I also do drop shipping, so I had a lot of products and I also have a lot of products. And in the middle, this is a picture from my most recent public tour that I did this Saturday at the Idea Shop, where I was able to play approximately like 30 computers in the span of like 3 hours, which is way more than I feel like the 85. That's pretty much why I was passionate for this. These are the analytics that I have accumulated over since much of my brand. We've been able to come up with such as the United States. I repose our brand journey for so much. I've done this throughout. I've pretty much done this independently throughout social media, social media ads, and also with the network of the family social media influencers are provided. We have a little bit of family back and forth. So utilizing all of the sources and networking is very essential for any type of fun. So although GoTeam has a lot of great accolades, there are a lot of things that we need to learn. For instance, I definitely funding for the products within itself, but not only that, within marketing. So what I do, get ready to know social media ads, the vision. I have a website for you, so it's easy to check out online, and even SMS marketing, just so I can compete with bigger brands like that, like ASO and things I've considered, right? I've actually already kind of went by the institute, and that actually helped me branch off into my business brand, but I also utilize social media marketing. Getting on Clubhouse and then things that sort. I've also invested inventory revenue, which is the money I made from the product that I sold, and also personal revenue for this revenue. Was this, if I would really this money, I would start working on, I already know the things to do on some regulations and just other things down the line. So I was like, then I could more efficiently expand my customer base, improve my website, and everything earlier. I could use more marketing strategies as far as like revenue structure to make a band their part on the website, and just any type of marketing. That's mainly what I would do. And also, my main goal in my brand is to include summaries and I feel like let base my brands to a lot of other sleeper areas is we not only have the quality, but we also have the prices. So within my book, I tell you how to develop those bridges and relationships with your region so that you can have a good return back on the products. But say for instance, like these hats I have here. If I okay.
Well,
I know you're new in the fitness fashion, but I was curious, it looks like that's proving more successful and profitable or your traditional apparel. And would you want to focus more on one of the things to do much better? What do you like the casting like?
I like the casting as well as both because it's all get out more successful than but I would say when I did want to do my activities to be a very Instagram and TikTok rooms and all of that. It's something that my brother ran into a couple of years great attention. So I would always
it feels like it fits fitness really, really well on the brand.
so it's impressive that it started back in 2018, correct? And so you've had 5 years of kind of dabbling in this. Can you give us an indication of what's really important in this area that customer? So what percentage of your customer base has been tracking that are coming back from the
majority of them do come back. I can show up on my shop website. One of the reasons I believe that it's so because like what I was saying is like with this hat here, if I were to buy a super instant my leader, 10 of them, they will rent it about 10 hours each. I'll be 50%. But be able to get products that affordable enough to be able to do it. I like so there's a small chapter in the book. So tell us a little bit about the range. I'm also a graphic designer, so some of these stuff is kind of like freestyle and one being able to say like with also being original. Being original, so and then you like you mentioned the second if you make a design and you set out it things or if you can make more popular narrow down that way. I typically base it off of how fast it sells. So do something that sells out very fast. I don't want to do it style, but do something that I've done that inventory for it took maybe like 2 years to sell out. I don't know when it started that part of stuff. I typically just do it myself because
So we just got about 20 seconds left. I mean, where do you go to are with this?
In 5 years, I say that if not just somewhere in the all right. All right. For best plan. We'll to see you later next week.
So before we have a little commission and let the judges together and decide the results. We have the people's vote score, it's all there. And we're going to scan that QR code on the page for the best brand division. And the pass code to vote for that and beyond, or to you didn't get a again, the password, the vote, the people's first word, and the line for the two. The judges will be back there shortly. Please help yourself for the refreshments we have in the government.
everyone, and then,
So first off, everyone should be proud because these were very good presentations. I've seen a lot. And I'm very happy to. Hold on. So, in terms of a few pieces of feedback, the one that comes to mind the most throughout most of these presentations is the value of labor, and especially the skill labor. So I think with some of your businesses, you're gonna run into problems as especially get out of college, to continue doing this, where you're gonna have issues, basically your team will be harder and harder to keep unless we're paying them very competitive rates, which is often why it's very hard to put the quality and the affordability together. If you're able to solve that, and in Mississippi, I think we have a strong advantage in that we can, we make less competitive, and that dollar still goes further because the cost of living is so low here compared to the lowest state in terms of cost of living. So that's, but that was something that I saw across all the presentations that I think is going to be a storm coming. So just be aware of it. In terms of overall branding, I would say everyone did a very good job with having a brand for their business. But I would say always be on the lookout for, and especially learn from each other. Because I would say some of the businesses really stood out in terms of having an organized kind of through line, which is I would say between the brands. Personally, I liked Claw as a business because in terms of the brand, because it's very easy to understand, but also there's a lot of play with it, building a community around that, all of that type of stuff I really like. And they're not unique among presenters, but I would say that type of creating identity is very important because it gives you the ability to very quickly plan your advertising to whatever audience that you want. And probably take time. Is anyone else?
Just real quickly, absolutely blown away, so impressed by the quality of students, the ideas that you all come up with. It's so exciting to be able to spend time talking with writers and big minds, and it really has been just a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to interacting with you. I absolutely love branding, love anticipation, and each and every one of you should be so proud of what you've accomplished, and look forward to all the great things you're going to do in the future.
I agree. I think it's really clear in what you stand for and your target demographic, who you're looking to serve, why you're looking to do that. And I think those are great stories. A lot of big companies sometimes forget that as they get bigger. And that's why it's kind of easier for us to maybe control that it's these personal brands because we connect with it. So I thought that was great. If they ever figure out that they're really here, I think I'm going to brand and that's there's so much more power in their work and so many people the blacks. So I'm very appreciative that y'all are here. And Ryan's a lot of good comments. Again, being an engineer, I would definitely touch on the financial piece, right? Because at some point, somewhere along the way, your customers gonna run the numbers in their head, right? So they may immediately log on with your story, they might support it and why they want to buy from you, but at some point they're gonna run the numbers, whether it's immediately or a year from now. So just make sure that you not only are paying yourself, but there's a point where it's too affordable that they start to ask questions. Right, so your brain has value, so don't shortchange your work, and also don't shortchange your product, right? Because that would be my opinion. Thank you.
So we're going to get started with the awards. So our first award, Judges now come stand up here. So if you win the awards, you'll come up here. We'll give you a check. And you will present the judges, and Nicole in the back right there will take your picture. So, all right, our first award is the People's Choice Awards, and that goes to Goatees Apparel. Good job. All right, our next award is going to be our third place in the Best Friend Division, and that's going to be Green Brew Coffee. Our next award is going to be our second place in the Best Friend Division, and that is going to go to two official veterans. Awesome job. And last but not least, our first overall winner for the Best Friend Division is going to Goatees. Awesome. If you, win and go check over on the front real quick, after the picture of our winners. But yeah, everyone, thank you for coming on their first presentation. Help yourself, make sure all the things. Can you turn off the music? All right, everyone. We're gonna go ahead and get started with tonight's business concept competition. First, I wanted to introduce our judges of this evening. So we have Mr. RJ Reed, whose company is actually sponsoring Startup Summit tonight. So thank you so much. Next, we have Mr. Ryan Gilbrecht in the middle, and then Mr. Hagan Walker. And they will be our judges tonight. And we're gonna go ahead and get started. So our first, we have Poseidon's Vaults. Yes.
Okay, I am Poseidon Vaults. I'm Tyson McKinnon.
You can start over. It's been acting weird. Maybe spacebar. Yeah.
I got it, space bar.
Yeah.
Okay, starting over. Okay, hi, I'm Tyson McKinnon with Poseidon Vaults LLC. So, the problem. And, okay. I have a slide missing, but that's okay. So, have you ever gone to the beach and, instead of being able to relax in the water, you just have to keep an eye on your stuff because there's so many people there, and you don't want your stuff walking away. It's hard to have a good time when you're anxiously looking back at your towel. So, onto this slide, the problem. So it's easy for your possessions to wind up missing or worse, stolen. This actually happened to me. So today, the best options we have available are to leave our possessions in our hot vehicle, which is not safe, in lockless, unsupervised lockers, which not all beaches have, or beneath our beach towel, which is also not safe, or under the watchful eye of a friend or family member, which cuts them out of the fun and sun. So enter Poseidon's Vaults. Oh, there's a slide I was missing. Okay, came out of order. Okay, so this is Poseidon's Vaults. It is a staffed mobile locker rental service that operates conveniently within walking distance of public beaches. We're aiming to eliminate beach theft. How it works. Our lockers are parked each morning on public beach parking lots. Patrons approach Poseidon's Vaults from the outside and rent their locker using a credit card and a touchscreen embedded in the locker system. An employee is available to assist patrons if needed. And when a patron returns, they are charged for their rental and are able to retrieve their belongings. The business model. So Poseidon's Vaults is a seasonal business and is open from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Sunday during beach season, which I'm calling March to September. Patrons are charged an hourly fee to rent a locker. So assuming a $12 per hour rental rate, if there's 20 lockers, each locker unit could generate up to $2,880 per day. Conservatively, at even a 33% occupancy rate, each locker unit could generate almost $1,000 per day just off locker rentals alone. Over time, we're hoping to offer additional services, merchandise such as towels, sunscreen, branded t-shirts, and also other services that beachgoers may find of use. Additionally, we will offer affordable in-locker advertising to local small businesses to kind of help stimulate the local community that our lockers are going into. This ad revenue should offset the cost of part-time employees. So each locker will be staffed by approximately 3 to 5 part-time employees, as well as 1 supervisor for every 2 locker units. So this gives a look at the daily locker revenue, which I've estimated could be up to $2,800 a day. This is a look at our monthly ad revenue, which I've estimated can be up to $5,000 a month. And our part-time wages assume an $8 per hour wage at 30 hours per week, which equates to just under $5,000 a month. So sales and marketing. So Poseidon Vaults operates where our target market already is, but we will not rely on that exclusively. And marketing mix will be employed of both free and paid social media advertising, such as posts, videos, images, promotional products such as t-shirts and bumper stickers, and the use of local community influencers. And we will also support college athletes through affordably priced name, image, and likeness deals. Additionally, we will attempt to forge relationships with local hotels and resorts, as well as engaging with potential customers in person while they're at the beach. Competitive advantage. Why is this necessary? Simply put, because it's the best option that's not currently available. Beaches are not doing this, and entrepreneurs are not doing this either. The internet is full of people asking, how do I stop my stuff from being stolen at the beach? And offering hats for the very solution that Poseidon Vaults aims to fix. Poseidon Vaults is needed. In a survey of MSU and BA students, 66% of respondents indicated finding a service such as this useful. And a little bit about me and the company. This company was actually established in July of this past year by founder and CEO Tyson McKinnon, myself. I'm a proud 2022 graduate of the MSU MBA program. I have previous managerial experience with Sam's Club, Dollar General, and Mississippi State University. I have a bachelor's degree in public relations from Auburn University, and we are looking to begin operations in summer 2023. Thank you for your time. So there are a variety of locker manufacturers that will actually work with a company such as this. So usually what they tend to go for is you can either buy the lockers outright, which is about $50,000 depending on how many lockers you're looking for, or they all, a lot of them offer revenue sharing, which is where they basically take a percentage of the profits that you generate.
What kind of percent?
At the high end, I've seen 50%, and I'm trying to find ones that would require a little less than 50%. I'm looking, I would prefer to be staying like in the 30% range to kind of make my business model more attractive.
Where would you be targeting going?
Okay, so initially we're looking to get started on the coast of Alabama and Mississippi, and that really just depends on which community is, as there's no one really doing this right now, we're kind of not sure if communities will, or beach communities will be open to allowing us to come in. So we're gonna reach out to different beachfront communities and see if they will actually issue us the permits that we need to operate on their public beaches.
I think it's an interesting idea to have it as a mobile locker. I was going to ask if there's any particular strengths you see for your business by having it be able to be mobile.
Yeah, so the biggest strength I see with having it mobile is that it can really literally pull up right to the sand almost. A lot of beach parking lots, you step out of the parking lot, 2 feet later, you're on the sand. So that, in addition to being more cost effective, is we see it as a better way of entering the market instead of trying to establish a brick and mortar presence initially.
Really good concept. Would you start with trying to do profit sharing and then try to buy your own trailers? Or
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what do you think your overall startup cost would be, even with the profit sharing model?
Overall startup cost, I've estimated to be in about the $50,000 to $60,000 range. That doesn't take into account any employees right away, so you'll probably add on another $25,000 to $30,000 for that. So all in about, I'd say about $80,000 to get started with the profit revenue sharing model.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Up next, we have Bridge to Cyber.
That's okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, 1 second. Sorry, I got excited. Oh, it's working now. You can use this. The down is next. It's working now. You just have to point it. Yeah.
We ready? Awesome. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cameron Cummings. I am the founder and CEO of Bridge to Cyber, where our motto is bridging the gap to cybersecurity. Wrong button. There we go. A little bit about myself. I'm a freshman here at Mississippi State University studying software engineering and cybersecurity. And although cybersecurity is becoming more popular when it comes to degrees, the main way to show that you're proficient to yourself and to companies that you're applying to is with a cybersecurity certification. I have personally have about 7 cybersecurity certifications under my belt of the many that I have taken, and not all that I have passed the first time. But with this, I decided to create a new method which uses cognitive recognition out of my frustration of the current one-size-fits-all kind of teaching program that is the industry norm. In steps Bridge to Cyber, which is a cutting-edge cybersecurity certification study tool that uses cognitive recognition and is proven to help you learn faster and retain information longer, and also adapts to your learning style and preferences while tracking your progress with a detailed report and identifying your weak areas and so they can make them your strengths. Now, that's a lot of big words. What is cognitive recognition? Cognitive recognition capitalizes on the natural ability of the human brain to process and retain information. It also engages multiple regions of the brain while doing that. And it improves retention and recall information by connecting prior information to the present information. Now, the Bridge to Cyber advantage. The traditional classroom-based learning platforms offer a set curriculum that doesn't really deviate from the written material. With Bridge to Cyber, we offer personalized recommendations for the most effective learning strategies, as well as we provide detailed progress tracking and feedback, and identify your weak areas. So like I said, we can turn them to your strengths. And up on the board is just a small snippet of the code that we're working with. We're using Python, and we're expanding and growing upon it every single day. Now the benefits: improved and increased job pay. With certifications comes more money, and because you're a more profitable person, and if you're a business owner, you're a more profitable CEO. As well as a resume builder. The more certifications you have on your belt, the better. And career advancements. As you get higher cybersecurity certifications and you get to more difficult ones, the higher and more prestigious job openings become. And staying up to date. Unlike degrees, cybersecurity certifications can and will expire. Several certifications I applied for and took are now about to expire in October, meaning I have to go and retake those certifications. Now, the market. The global cybersecurity market is expected to grow 10% from 2021 to 2028, and the demand for cybersecurity professionals has never been higher, with the global market reaching a value of $433.6 billion by 2028. Now, our sales and marketing. We've partnered with several organizations to reach our audience and their audience, which includes Madison City Schools, Mad Security, the Madison CEO program, as well as the Catalyst Center for Business and Entrepreneurship, as well as Cyber Protects. With Madison City Schools, we partnered with the superintendent, Dr. Ed Nichols, as well as the cybersecurity teachers for the 2 largest high schools, Bob Jones and James Clemens. So when the project is complete, they've agreed to roll it out to their staff as well as the students for a, I guess you could say, free trial period where they can gauge it and we can get interest. As well as with Mad Security and Cyber Protects, 2 cybersecurity companies located in the Madison-Huntsville area, they've also agreed to roll out our product to their employees when we're completed. And with the Catalyst Center for Business and Entrepreneurship and the Madison CEO program, they've offered to take us under their wing to send us out to job fairs, career fairs, and software and cybersecurity mixers. Now our finances. Like I stated earlier, cybersecurity certifications can and do expire. So a monthly subscription model best fits our service. So we plan on offering courses for a fee. So we have a free trial period is what we're going to hope to start off with for corporations as we try to get them and try to build our brand, as well as a one-time use fee if you need to get in, get a certification, and get out, and a monthly subscription fee for smaller certifications such as the Microsoft 700 certification, which is the entry-level certification. And with our premium, we plan to offer much larger and I guess you could say more lucrative cybersecurity certifications, such as the highly sought-after CompTIA Security Plus. And with this, we know we have a lot of competition, especially against CompTIA themselves, one of the biggest platforms for cybersecurity learning. But they have not yet tapped into the market and the idea that we currently have, and we hope to carve out our niche with that. Now, why Bridge to Cyber? Like I said, we provide a unique learning experience for individuals seeking cybersecurity certifications. We're in a new digital age with new information and new technology, so we need a new learning platform to go along with that. So take your step and secure our future today with Bridge to Cyber, where we bridge the gap to cybersecurity. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
What are you studying again?
Software engineering and cybersecurity.
It should be marketing.
I've had some good marketing majors helping me out.
So would you be the issuer of the certificates or only the learning platform?
So I'm just the learning platform. I don't have obviously the authority to do so. Companies like Microsoft and CompTIA and Azure, they have the certification and the knowledge, and they keep it updated. I'm just the middleman that changes the information to make it in a more palatable way for them to use it.
And you're talking about cognitive recognition. Why only for this use case? Is this something that you could apply to other aspects of learning?
Yeah, so cognitive recognition and like spatial learning, which goes hand in hand, both things. I mean, I wanted to start small, so hopefully I want to expand to engineering certifications because obviously I'm a software engineer. But I wanted to carve out a niche that I really felt hasn't been tapped yet. Hopefully I can expand it, continue to expand. But like all of my mentors have said, start small, find a focus area. So this is the focus area that I chose.
Awesome, thank you. Is it just you on the team, or?
I've had several mentors, and several of the places that I said are with us, I've worked for in the past. So all the people that I've had on my mentors have already thrown in their little bit of flair into it. But this has always been my passion project for several months now, almost a year now, a little bit longer actually. And so they've let me just continue running with it. I'm the main person selling it, but they've all gave their little flair in with their ideas, and as well as helping me out with programming that's a little too advanced for what I know currently.
Awesome. As a follow-up, I was going to ask, if you hired your next team member, what kind of skills would you look for in that person?
I'm going to be completely honest, finance. It took me a minute to try to find the numbers right. So that's something I definitely think will be most beneficial, but also somebody that's higher than me in knowledge with cybersecurity and AI as well to help me see any flaws that I have with the current system that we have in place.
Awesome.
When I was your age, going to college, the computers we had was punch cards.
And a little bit before that, they took up the size of this room.
Yeah, and just would do a little math. So, are you going to be selling this as a subscription?
Yes, it's a SaaS, a software as a service. So it's a very low barrier for entry. So it's not like we're shelling out a lot of money into it. So it's a very low entry like to get into. So yes, I would be selling the service.
Okay, and to individuals.
Yes, and also with the premium subscription, we're hoping to expand to have 2 to 3 people on that premium subscription, while the one-time use and the normal subscription is just 1 person on it.
Okay, and you partnered with some schools.
Yes, Madison City Schools is where I graduated.
So I'm sorry. I'm just teasing. I'm from Rankin County. So. Would the schools be utilizing anything like this?
So when the schools, when I said they partner with us, that's when the schools, they, like Dr. Nichols and my biggest mentor, my old cybersecurity and cross-country coach, Mr. William McElwain, and Miss Leanne Pisoni over at James Clemens, they all agreed we would love to roll out your idea and just use it as a test phase for the first few weeks as students are learning, and as well for faculty members on their IT department as well. So it's just a short, year-long-ish trial to get their feedback and see if it can support the weight of many people trying to do it at once.
Would that be a potential
Hopefully so. We hope, and also something that we plan to keep doing, something I'm really passionate about, is teaching more people about cybersecurity. So going and doing just free cybersecurity camps for people in high school and 8th grade. So 8th to 12th grade is what we're looking for. I've done it before, so just continuing to do it in a more professional setting.
Very good job.
Thank you.
I guess we're over.
It's completely fine. Thank you.
Awesome. All right, give the judges a second to write down their comments, but up next we have Outlaw Elixir. Can you hear? Oh, yes. I will give them a minute. Are y'all good? Okay. This is next. And just whenever we deal with the folder, there.
Hey everyone, I am Luke Salters, one of the lead guys for Outlaw Elixir. Our team is made up by me, Micah Smith, who is going to help me present today. He is down for the count with salmonella. So John Sanders stepping up to the plate, and Bates is back there. So cocktails, they're inconvenient, hard to take around. They're not very portable. They're cumbersome, and they're difficult to measure, prepare, and just take places you want to go. Outlaw Elixir is a way to bring a condensed cocktail in a lightweight, easily stowable, and instantly deployable package with you wherever you go, whether that be camping, a sporting event, a movie theater. It is incredibly easy. You can see here this guy, he's got access to water, but he's dying for a cocktail. And with the help of Outlaw Elixir, he's got one in seconds. So it's a marriage of two technologies. We're all familiar with Tide Pods. And I mean, they look so appealing that some people eat them anyways. But when you combine that with mixology, you could have a beautiful, beautiful product. So how it works is we're going to use a rotary packing machine, which is exactly what they produce Tide Pods with. We're going to use dry cocktail mix and pack it with a 2-ounce shot of alcohol. And that'll be different depending on what type of cocktail it is. It'll be sealed into a soluble food grade material. And those are pretty cheap and easy to obtain. And when you add the water, or you throw it in a cup, add water, and shake it, and you'll have a cocktail. If you'll look at your pamphlets, the idea was originally a cup, but we're a really fast-paced team, and so the pamphlets are already outdated. So the proof of concept is the technologies for this are already out there and available, but no one's made a product that competes with this idea yet. Keurig makes a machine called the DrinkWorks, and they have dry cocktail. It's sublimated cocktail into a powder, but you have to have this big, expensive machine and add your own alcohol, and it's really inconvenient. And unless you just love making cocktails every day, then the machine doesn't make much sense to buy. And then the Glenlivet's whiskey capsules, they already use that miscible soluble material just to contain straight whiskey. But nobody's doing both at the same time. So I'm going to hand it over to the capable hands of John Sanders to go over the rest.
So here are some of our estimated year one unit financials, and all of this is based upon whether or not we sell 100,000 units in our first year. So the net profit before tax would be $71,000, and the cost per unit is $3.27, and then a unit selling price of $5.50, and then that would lead to a gross revenue per unit of $2.19. I think that math is a little wrong, unfortunately. It's $2.23. I checked, but the cost per unit right now, $327. We would really do our best to drive that down after our first year. So what causes it to be $327 is in our first year of business, it's more economical for us to outsource the dry mix production to a different company. But after the first year, we would try and make that in-house, and that would drive down the cost per unit below $327, of course, raising the gross revenue per unit. And the reason why we chose $550 for our initial product price is to build a good sizable customer base, because one of our target audiences is college students, and college students don't have a lot of money on hand. And so it is good to have a good, cheap product in order to build a large customer base. And after a few years of business, building that customer base, we do plan on bringing the product price up a little bit, and that would also make the gross revenue per unit go up. And so here's our year one marketing plan. So we would focus primarily on festivals and sporting events, and there are over 800 music festivals across the United States per year, and there are thousands of sporting events just in the Southeast by itself all year round. And these events attract millions of people per year. And just imagine Outlaw Elixir at these events. You go, you have some friends, and you want a very easy to make cocktail. You just have our product, and then everyone has water on hand most of the time. Just add it to a cup, shake it up a little bit, and boom, there's your cocktail. You can go about enjoying your day rather than going to a bar and having to buy an expensive beverage. There we go. Okay, so no one else is doing it like the Outlaws. So as Luke previously mentioned, that no one else is combining the drink mix technology together with the alcohol and the mix together. So our closest competitors would be cocktail mixes and pre-made cocktails, but with these you also have to have alcohol on hand, and they can also be inconvenient to transport. And who are the Outlaws? So we are a team comprised of 4 engineers, one of whom is currently a student in the Masters of Business Administration program here at State. We also have experience with ambassadorship, marketing via social media, as well as sponsorship. And we can already foresee a little bit down the road, we would need assistance with legal counsel as far as distributing alcoholic products in different states, because each state has different laws with that. So. Thank you all so much for y'all's time this evening, and cheers.
Good job. So this has both alcohol and flavoring, and you would dilute it by adding water, or you wouldn't add anything?
Yeah, each packet, depending on what kind of cocktail it would be, I would tell you how much water to add, and you just put it in a cup and dilute it with water.
I know you got some questions on food packing. He has a packaging company, so this is right up his alley.
Yeah, that equipment to package that stuff is not cheap.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Have you checked out how much it is?
yes, sir, we have. Until we have a very established customer base, this product is much more profitable just based on sheer volume of how many people are interested in it. So for the first year, with a projected 100,000 units sold, we would only need to rent one of those machines for approximately 4 machine hours. So yeah, we were not looking at buying one just yet.
Have you priced one out?
No, sir, but we were pricing out like how much we thought it would be to rent one.
I've got a quick question. So the decision to include the alcohol with the product as opposed to a kind of novel cocktail mix. Can you speak to that? What made you decide to include alcohol? Because that's going to be a lot more hoops to jump through.
Yes.
But could be valuable.
Right, so we were just trying to create the minimum viable product. And the goal of this product is to, as efficiently as possible, be as lazy as possible, and get the cocktail that you want wherever you are. And so if you're going on a backpacking trip deep in the woods or going to a sporting event, a lot of times bringing a whole bottle of your own liquor is really inconvenient. But say at a sporting event, a friend could get up and come back with 10 drinks with 3 water bottles. It'd be pretty convenient.
I was also going to ask, in terms of product feasibility, I know it's still just idea stage, but you mentioned that the separate pieces have been done together, but I was just curious if you've looked into any kind of problems there might be when you're specifically getting your product together.
Right, so the biggest problem that we can foresee at this moment would be improper storage of the product. If it was really humid or if it got wet, that it could definitely ruin the product because it would dissolve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have 32 Security. Give me a second to finish up, and then the down arrow or the space bar will get you to your next slide.
Hello, I'm Luke Tucker, and I'm here with 32 Security, where you can have maximum protection with minimal effort. So starting off, the problem right now is there's over 150,000 catalytic converter thefts in the United States a year. These catalytic converters are devices that are found on all gasoline engines. It's a small piece that is fitted onto the exhaust system that's easily accessible for easy maintenance. However, this also means that it's very easy for thieves to get to and steal it. So what this does is a thief simply comes into your parking lot, crawls underneath your truck or vehicle. With an electric saw, they can pull off this catalytic converter in under a minute. And with this, you come back the next day, you start up your vehicle, and you hear an extremely loud exhaust. What this does is it's filling your cabin full of exhaust fumes. It's no longer making the vehicle comply with EPA standards. It's polluting the environment and making it worse for everybody. Not only that, is if you're a business and this is a company vehicle, you now have to send it to an exhaust shop. So now this entire vehicle is down while they, 1, replace the exhaust system, and 2, then you have to order a new catalytic converter system, right? So the expenses add up quite quickly. So before I get into the solution, I want to take a quick poll to get everybody's attention real quick. Yes, you showed up here, so you're included. Yeah, all those people in the back right now. How many of you right now have a 10,000-pound car lift system? Show of hands. Who has access to one? 1? Yeah. 2? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. A car lift. All right. Now, by a show of hands, how many of you know how to swing a hammer? Yeah, a lot more people. So our proposed solution, there are other products on the market right now that help prevent these catalytic converter thefts. These are all shields that are attached to the bottom of the vehicle. So you would need a lift system of some sort, a jack, or more commonly, an entire car lift. These are very expensive equipment. Again, you have to send the vehicle off for these to be installed by a professional. However, our system is a very simple deployable box, very easy to maintain, put together, and install. You simply have to bolt it together and then nail it to the ground for very easy installation and maximum protection. So how does this work? Simply said, you attach the box to the ground, and then you park, and you protect. Easy enough. So the idea behind this is we're targeting large-scale companies that do not have the time or availability to send all of their fleets of trucks and vehicles off to have these shields installed to make sure these catalytic converters stay on there. However, they can install these protective devices inside their parking lots. So not only is this a faster, more efficient way to protect their vehicles, it is now universal across their entire fleet. So they no longer have to buy a new product for a specific vehicle, nor when they get a new vehicle do they have to get the shield taken off and then reinstalled on their new vehicle. Right, so our business model, right, starting with the production, is a very simplistic device, easily built. Main thing that we're having to overcome is material costs and production and shipping. Obviously, since we're making this out of steel and trying to make it cut-proof, it's going to be quite heavy, so shipping could be an issue. We will also try and partner with different security firms, right? If you're owning a business, you're probably going to have some sort of alarm system or something like that to protect your products, to protect your vehicles. We would like to partner with certain different firms that could include this product as part of their security packages and things like that. Value proposition for this customer is simple: quick, easy installation, available across multiple lines and types of vehicles, as well as they are saving their employee time as well as machine time. And so we would like to, because we're targeting major product companies, we would go to them directly, right? We would do face-to-face sales, deliver those on site, and maybe even help them install the first one just to show them how quick and easy it could be. Like I said earlier, there are other companies that already produce these things and are quite common. It's very easy to Google them on Amazon and find them. But again, you have to crawl underneath your vehicle, have some sort of car lift or jack or something like that to install it. And even then, once it's installed, it is only installed on that vehicle. It is not offering protection on any other vehicle that could be using the parking spot. And with that, I would thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
So the idea is that if you create less space between the car and the ground, that you can't get to it. Is that correct?
Correct. The main purpose of this is to reduce ground clearance to prevent thieves, right? If you have a very low-lying car, think Bugatti or something like that, a thief's not going to be able to get underneath that. However, most work trucks and vans, as you can see rolling down the road, have large amounts of ground clearance.
So are you trying to make something that's a little more universal, or would certain cars only be able to park in certain spots?
So again, we're targeting logistics companies, HVAC, electricians. All of those use a very standard type of work vehicle with a standard 22-inch tire. Normally, the functioning axis of the vehicle is the lowest, or the ground clearance restricting part of the vehicle. So that would be universal across a type of vehicle, but that is something we were looking at expanding on to in the future, is making it accessible to other types of vehicles.
Does it collapse in any way? Because typically, I mean, on a larger duty truck or something like that, your axle is going to be your lowest point of clearance. So is it below that level and then expands up, or is it always kind of, is there any dynamic part of what you're creating?
Right, so we're trying to keep the product as simple as possible. Normally when you start adding dynamic motion and things like that, those are points of failure. So a very simplistic design. It does collapse for ease of shipping, but then once it is established, or once it is shipped, assembled, and implemented, that is it.
So I was going to ask if you've talked to any customers, because it seems like you have a very clear idea of who the first people you should talk to. I was curious can you paint a picture of who that type of customer would be?
So we haven't quite had a chance to speak with customers in person yet. But again, these would be Max South, Comcast, Starkville Utilities, anybody with service vehicles, General Electricity.
Right, so you're looking really at your biggest bang for your buck type of customers, right, who have fleets and fleets.
Correct, with the idea being that if it's a personal vehicle, most people have the time or energy to install these more complicated shields and things like that, mainly targeting the people who don't have that time.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks.
Any idea how many catalytic converter thefts there are in a year?
Yes, over 150,000.
Okay, that's throughout the country.
Yes, sir.
And how many of these would you expect to sell?
We are hoping to get around 10 to 20% of the market. It's a little confusing trying to say, well, the 150,000 is stolen, so how many people would buy it? But we would try and encourage as many people as possible.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Next up we have SBCon. Just give them a minute, and then this will move it so it's space.
What if everything you needed to start your business was in one place? I'm Jaden Bridges, and I'm the founder of SBCon. I major in mechanical engineering, but for this business, I specialize in market execution and market research. 21.9% of businesses fail in the first year, and by the 10th year, 66% fail. To help you understand what our business does, I will leave you with a story. Let's say you have an individual, and this individual's name is John. And John is from a small town, and he has no knowledge of what a business actually is, let alone how to start one. So, SBCon came up with the idea to compile all the information needed to start and manage a business in one web-based platform. We do this by partnering with professionals and also individuals straight out of college to provide services such as tax consulting, maybe a lawyer, EIN, LLCs, and things of that nature. Many individuals often get overwhelmed with the surplus of inaccurate information out there. And also, individuals that start a business often get overwhelmed with not having help with that business. As I stated before, we will offer services such as tax consulting, social media marketing, customer support, and things of that nature. We plan to market to the struggle of business owners through social media marketing as TikTok and Facebook, and also word of mouth of happy existing customers. We plan to develop an app that also provides templates for customers to use if they want to do it themselves. And also available on the web platform will be monthly subscriptions and income-based monthly subscriptions. In the first year, we plan to make $13,978.80 per customer. Our expenses are expected to be $350 to trademark our name, $150 to license, $20 for a domain name for our website and for our email. And we plan to give 3% of our commission to our personal nonprofit, Families of SB, and that will cost around $419 per year. Our biggest competitor is called Pyro, and Pyro offers similar services that we offer, but they skip over the smaller intricacies of what a business can take. Like I said earlier, we offer income-based monthly subscriptions, as well as 3% of our earnings go to our nonprofit, and we also offer everything in one spot, as well as being half the cost of a traditional agency. Thank you, and let's connect and scale your business to unimaginable heights.
Thank you. So are you trying to target more brand new businesses or businesses that have already like kind of jumped on board the struggle bus a little bit?
We're marketing, excuse me, we're marketing both. For new businesses, we will offer things such as templates for them for like because you know, LegalZoom charges almost $300 to file for your LLC, when it's only $50 for you to do it yourself. So we'll provide that information for them to be able to do it themselves. And also with new existing businesses, they might need lawyers or tax consultants or accountants and things like that.
And you mentioned kind of like an average cost of $13,000 a year for a business. Will you have like different tiers? So that's like your blended average?
That's the basic average of what our basic monthly price would be, which is $259 per month for every customer.
Yeah, I'm curious about your competitive advantage. You mentioned one competitor, but there online are quite a few either YouTubers or places like entrepreneurship.org. There's a lot of resources, and like you said, there's a lot of them that are overwhelming. But I was curious if you could speak to your competitive advantage with what you're setting up.
I believe our competitive advantage would be we would do a lot more research to make sure that the information is simple for people to understand and also very, very accurate. My mom started her business not too long ago, and so she's struggling with that. And so I think that would be something that I could appeal to be way more competitive.
Yeah, that brings me to my next question. I was going to ask you what gave you the idea for this, or if you had any background in doing startups.
I actually have a brand, and I'm kind of putting it on hold right now for this, but this is where that came from. I kind of struggled a little bit being from a small town and not really knowing about the e-center when I first got here with what to do. The only knowledge I had was to have an LLC and a business bank account. And so I didn't know you had to have certain tax information and bookkeep and make sure you keep all your expenses and everything separate. So I would like to provide that for other people that are in my shoes.
Well, cool, thanks.
One question, I guess, or one concern I've got is each business is different. A restaurant is totally different than the dry cleaner as opposed to a house cleaning service or lawn service, whatever it might be. How do you plan to address all those unique differences?
Packages will be customizable. So we have it broke down into legal, marketing, and then, you know, the basic things such as like a website and stuff like that. So with legal, you can purchase everything separately. If you just need a lawyer or something like that, it's very much customizable. You can make an appointment to consult with our professionals and with the agencies we have under our company, and you can customize it to your needs or what you need specifically.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Rome. And before we begin, is re-erasables or instant icebox here? Sweet. Okay.
Show there.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caroline Smith, and I'm going to be presenting Rome to all of you. Oh, what is this?
Not been reliable. Let's see. Try now. Yeah, there you go. What is going on here? Try now. Oh my goodness. Try now.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So, right. As I said, I'm Caroline Smith, and I'll be presenting Roam. So, what is Roam? Roam is a global reach company specializing in a smartphone application that consists of new configurations allowing for proper compass correction. So first, I would like to introduce my team, as I have a partner, Jim Dow. He is an aerospace engineer with over 40 years of experience. He holds 6 patents focused on remote sensing, and he founded Aerotech and is also an eCenter advisor. So today in modern society, we no longer think of the compass because GPS gives us point-to-point navigation. GPS also gives us course from relative motion, but many applications do require an accurate bearing. So for example, we're going to consider land surveying. So with land surveying, whenever you buy a piece of property, you have distinct points in your land that distinguish what property you just bought. So in order to figure this out, you have to have high-end pieces of equipment that can cost up to $60,000, which is pretty pricey. So now we have the problem. So on average, a modern cell phone compass can be off by 20 degrees. That's a lot, and sometimes as much as 90 degrees. So calibration only accounts for error caused by internal components. And here we have a little diagram, a little example. If I were to walk the length of a football field and I'm off by 20 degrees, then I'm missing my target by 109 feet, which is a lot. So our solution, we have a service level app that provides compass correction for error outside of the device. How it works. We have a patentable method of using virtual reality to resolve the real-world error with a lot of complex math. The method is nearly as fast as normal compass calibration, and I am sorry I can't go into further detail to protect IP. So, where are we going with this? We have a couple of options here listed. We have hiking, surveying, and drone navigation. The funding will help us determine what is the best application to be used for this app. So for example, here this is a land surveying conference or convention that we would maybe market the product to if, say, we just chose land surveying. And for many land surveying situations where high precision isn't needed, we could replace a $60,000 piece of equipment with a consumer app. So why haven't others done it? Well, a smartphone maker isn't motivated to solve this issue. Because the average consumer, most of you don't need an accurate bearing. You just need your GPS to get you from point A to point B. Also, companies like Trimble, who create the $60,000 piece of equipment, they don't care to fix this problem because they're already getting so much income through their high-end piece of equipment. And the math is really, really hard, and that's where Jim comes into play. Thank you so much. We are asking for this funding to be able to find out the best market for this opportunity. I would like to reiterate that I am working with a deeply experienced aerospace engineer with over 40 years of experience. And I want to leave you with this. So we used to carry around cameras, and now we have iPhones. What if the same could be true for land surveying? Thank you.
I feel like I need to know more about your details to be able to ask some questions. So typically right now, I believe how the algorithm works on a smartphone is that it takes compass bearing and some kind of calibration technique in addition to GPS to figure out waypoints and bearing from that. So are you saying that what you're developing, you wouldn't have to rely on GPS at all? Is that correct?
Honestly, that would be a question for Jim.
Okay.
But I do know that pretty much what we're trying to do is your iPhone with the compass, external metals outside, so like a car or a TV, anything outside can cause that compass to mess up. So we're pretty much just trying to fix that issue. But Jim would probably have a really good answer for you.
I was going to ask about your background because you totally glossed over that, but you're the one here.
Okay, yes. So I'm a senior kinesiology student and I'm minoring in public relations. And, well, right now I'm working remotely for a company. They do consulting and we kind of we do stuff with, I think it's called Swift, and we look at KPIs, that type of thing. But Jim kind of found me. He was like, let's hop on board, and then you know how a business idea goes. It morphs into one thing, so here we are.
Interesting. Another question is, so you listed 3 markets. What kind of, how would you go about determining which of those 3 markets is most valuable or easiest to get into? What would you prioritize?
Okay, so me and Jim actually just got off the phone yesterday.
Cool.
And we talked about how the app potentially could be a generic app. Anyone could use it. And through that app, we could integrate a questionnaire and say, are you a land surveyor? Do you like to hike? Do you use drones? And through that, we could then customize and say, okay, let's take this information, figure out who's actually using it and needing it the most, and integrate it.
It's interesting. I like that approach.
Thank you.
It's all right if you don't.
Instead of an app, is there an opportunity, do you feel like there's an opportunity with your IP to be able to sell this algorithm to a smartphone manufacturer?
So that is a part of the plan as well. Ideally, getting vendors. So like, it's pretty much, let's just take an equation, like 4 + 4 is the equation we're selling. And we know the answer is 8. Okay, we're gonna sell the 8 to everyone. And so that way it's more marketable, because then we can just sell it instead of having to manufacture an actual piece of equipment like they're doing.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Awesome. All right, judges, if y'all wanna head to the conference room, and they are going to tally up everything, and so we'll have a short intermission. Y'all can help yourselves to any snacks or anything, and we're gonna vote on the people's choice. So on y'all's program, there should be a QR code, and I'm about to give y'all the code for this section. Also, the voting, whenever I tell y'all the code, will only be open for 5 minutes. So make sure you do it now. When I feel the code. 3851. 3851. 3851. Yeah, y'all help yourselves to any of the refreshments, and we'll be back in just a second.
Call me on the way. If you don't know, well, you know it now that I wonder if you see that shot. Need me, I'll be there. Just call me on the
Oh, let somebody.
Yeah, it doesn't have a mouthful of cheeses. Yeah, sure. So first off, I think everybody here should be very proud of their businesses, of their business ideas, your presentations. There's a lot of promise in each and every team, and in fact, it was a pretty tight race when we were going through deliberating. So everybody here, I want to say like everybody's here, a winner, right? But I think everybody here should be proud. Hagen and I actually went through the same program about 10 years ago, and I mean, it was, that was like 14, 15? Yeah, all right, well, less, but still. We went through the same program and both started companies, both raised money. It's been a fun, crazy ride, and where we started, we're pitching basically an idea phase to where we are now, wildly different. So just be open to change and adapting, and yeah, those are, I guess, my short little advice.
Yeah, I think everyone also did an incredible job. I think starting out as someone, as Ryan said, I went through engineering, didn't know about the E-Center until my last semester of my senior year, and now I have a company that makes millions of little light up ice cubes. So it's kind of incredible where the E-Center can take you. I think for me, it was really looking at market viability. So, you know, they call it the valley of death in the startup world, but how many of you can get to your first minimum viable product as quickly as you can? And I think that's really important because the longer that valley is, the harder it is, and the more difficult it is on you as a person to get through that. So for me, it's really trying to figure out which of you could get kind of to the starting line the fastest, and that was really my main criteria.
Well, I agree with them. All of you are winners. I graduated from here in '78. Okay, my bachelor's, 80, and I wish that we would have had a program like this. I was going through school. It's fabulous what they do. It's refreshing for me to come here and see the students get up there and talk about their ideas and not just regurgitate what they've been told is the truth in class. And it's great to see you have, you know, a passion for an idea, business, whatever. I've personally, you know, worked for companies, started my own company. We have 2 plants now, one in Fernando, one in Pearl. And we produce and ship about 1 million pounds a week of seasoning, sauces, beverage spreaders, and I'm sure you've all eaten some of my stuff. So anyway, I'm just glad to be here. I'm proud of
I was just going to add one other thing. So when I was getting started, I did a bunch of these pitch events, never won any of them. So, and then ended up winning the big one, which was angel funding. So, you know, only a few people are going to win this division, but don't let that be a stopping point, right? Or a discouraging factor if you aren't on top of it.
All right, thank you to the judges once again. All right, so who's ready to get to the money? All right, first we're going to announce the People's Choice Award winner, which is Bridge to Cyber.
No, we'd much rather just see you. Can I touch it?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
place winner of the business concept competition, which is Rome.
I think you all dress nice. The pictures gonna be everywhere.
Are we good?
So.
Thank you.
All right, congrats to Rome. All right, next up, second place for the business concept competition, Bridge to Cyber.
Can you tell me when you're going to go to the bank with these checks? So I can be there to watch you catch it?
Congrats again. All right, and now first place for the business concept division goes to Poseidon's Vaults. Congrats. Once again, thank you to our judges. Thanks for everyone who came out here and pitched. We really enjoyed this. And if you have these ideas and you haven't gotten involved with the Easter yet, please at least come by. You can make an appointment on the iPad up front. We really love to help you. That's what we do. And yeah, y'all are dismissed if you're not pitching again. We have refreshments if you're waiting for the next pitch. See y'all soon. Winners, 1 second. Let's get a group photo with all the winners, and then y'all are free.
Congrats, man. Racking it up this week.
Get it! Yay!
Congrats, y'all.
Good job, y'all. Please.
I'm just holding it to the side. I'm not supposed to be in it. Just a picture of the treasure.
I was like, why is it not working? And I realized I turned it off.
Yeah, if you go on those double boards and then to the right. So you're looking to, yeah, are you living in? Yeah.
Hey man, I know, I saw it. I'm sorry about that. I saw it as soon as it came off the printers and there was a stack of 100 of them. No, I apologize. We messed up your name. Yeah. I don't even know where that came. That's from Dave. That's exactly where that. All right. Well, starting to show up.
I have a PDF.
All right, and our first team we have up is Be Creative Energy LLC.
Which one is? I think it's actually, it's on the same thing.
In that one.
Well, if you click on the PowerPoint thing or just hover over it.
This isn't showing.
Oh. Is it under the recents here? Here, let's just. There it is, up top. We got it.
Got closed out somehow.
Oh,
sweet.
Okay. Then,
Yeah.
cool.
And then here's your mic. The down here is next.
Okay.
And then Hannah will have the plug for you.
Okay. Yes.
My name is Colby Freeman, and I'm with Be Creative Energy, and tonight I'll be presenting on how we are going to make carbon capture for everybody. I am the leader of the team along with Ben Gibbons, who's not here tonight, and our professor, Fai Yu, who's working on this as well. So let me take you through the problem that we're addressing here. There are a lot of revenue streams attached to capturing carbon dioxide, whether it be the 45Q tax credit from the US government or these various private entities that are starting to pay people to do carbon removal. There's a lot of money out there, and companies have not been able to have a way to get at it yet. So let's take a step back and look at the way that things go in the energy industry right now. Syngas is this intermediate that's made from all of these different ways. However it's made, you end up with carbon monoxide and hydrogen. I'm highlighting down here a piece of that process that we're looking at, where you take the carbon monoxide and make carbon dioxide and hydrogen. The hydrogen is being used for energy, the CO2 is being released. That is an asset at this point that we want to be able to capture and use. So how we do that is something called the sorption-enhanced water gas shift reaction. Instead of just shifting that carbon monoxide to CO2 and letting it go, we will be simultaneously capturing it as this reaction is occurring. This is a simplified process. It's more efficient than the old ways of doing the water gas shift reaction, and it meets the need of our customers. This is I'll go very briefly through how this technology works. You have multiple reactors, at least two. You load a solid material inside of them that is assisting the reaction to occur, and it's also capturing CO2. At a certain point in time, your solid material inside will have fully absorbed as much CO2 as it can take, and you will cycle it over and provide heat to release the CO2. So you can have simultaneous hydrogen and carbon dioxide production from a system like this. So this system can be used on any type of in any type of industry that uses syngas as an intermediate. This is a very, very large market. 99% of hydrogen passes through this syngas intermediate. So we want to start looking at the market for low carbon hydrogen that's expanding right now. And our beachhead market is going to be biomass and waste-based syngas. The syngas that is coming from these sources because of the synergies that we'll also have with waste reduction, with low carbon hydrogen and carbon removal. So our business model is different from other carbon capture technologies. Instead of looking at taking our technology and building this huge plant with all of the technology involved, we want to take our technology and implement it in industries that are ready for it. And we know that we don't need to reinvent the wheel on all these other technologies. We just need to provide ours and make it easy for the people that use it. So we're going to engineer and manufacture the solution that plugs in after syngas and then puts out hydrogen and carbon dioxide. And we'll also be able to monitor and verify CO2 removal and connect these companies to the CO2 removal credits that are going to be driving the value of this process. So I've put together a quick example plant financials. We looked at a gasification technology, or a gasification plant in Lebanon, Tennessee. They're taking in tire waste, wood waste, things like that, and producing electricity right now. This is a very low value usage of syngas, but it's easy and the economics already work there. But let's see what we can do if we attach our system on top of this. We'll use some of the electricity. They won't be able to produce as much electricity in order to capture the CO2. But even with that reduction in revenue from that, if you assume a $10 CO2 sale price and $200 for the CO2 removal, which comes from using biomass as your input, our yearly revenues more than double our annualized costs. And this is a very early on implementation of this process. So the path to success for us as a company is developing our relationship with the customers early. We're going to be talking to people like Aries Clean Energy and seeing how we can implement this here. We're going to demonstrate our solution at that scale with these customers. And we're going to bring on expertise in the simulations and manufacturing to get this done. And then finally, we're going to prove the efficacy of our solution through deployment. We believe that is the best way to maximize our market penetration. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
What does a tangible solution look like? Do y'all have any idea like what this might look like bolting on to
Right.
physical conception of what this would be?
So the best example I can give you, there's at the landfill here, they take landfill gas and put it through an engine and produce electricity. And it's a very simple system. It all fits inside of a container box. That's what we want our solution to look like. So we want to fit all this into like a container box and say, this is the scale that this solution works for. And if you need double that, we'll give you 2 of them. So then when we're manufacturing this thing, we can make the same thing over and over and over again. And that's how we're going to drive down these costs. And that's another reason that we're focusing on the biomass industry, because of the lower relative scale.
Gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to make sure this wasn't like procuring an acre lot across the street and having to pipe a bunch of stuff in. And this is a tangible, like something that can be mass deployed once you get to that stage.
Right.
Okay. And then is there a way for you to make kind of a scale, like a model, a working prototype that can be scaled up to larger facilities?
Yeah, so we are working in the lab right now with funding from the XPRIZE carbon removal competition. We got $250,000 through that, and we're working in the lab for a lab scale demonstration of this. And then we want to do simulations of kind of that module size that we want to commercialize. That's kind of the next step, is taking the information from the lab and putting it in simulations to see how it will scale up.
Very cool.
Hi, I'm Dana Ford. Nice to meet you. I'm coming from Innovate, Mississippi, so this is really exciting to hear this kind of idea. I had a couple of quick questions for you. Can you walk me through the sale price versus removal price? It's really on the slide.
Sure.
Just forgive my ignorance. Generally, when there's a sale price at 10 and a 200 removal price, that seems to be 190 delta. So can you help me understand what those words mean in this context?
So the sale price is for every ton of CO2, of physical CO2 that you have, you're selling it to somebody and they're doing something with it. Maybe they're putting it underground and they're getting the 45Q tax credit from it, but it costs them an additional amount to put it underground. Or maybe they're putting it in concrete. That's another example of use of CO2. The removal price is something that people like Microsoft are paying you so that they can offset their own emissions. So that for every ton of CO2 that you physically have, here I'm only counting 75% of that because there are other emissions associated with it. So that's but 200 is a very reasonable low level price for what these companies are paying right now. At this point, they're pretty much paying what it takes because they want to see carbon removal happen.
I understand. Okay, great.
Yeah, we're out of time.
Sorry about that.
Thank you
very much.
Awesome. All right. We're going to give the judges a few seconds to give their comments down. But up next, we have Channel Roots.
And you can use
Yeah, Hannah's gonna have it on iPad. Yeah, just give them a second.
So, did you know that Mississippi is actually not in the top 20 for agricultural producers, as well as they're also the most food insecure state. My name is Liam, and I'm the founder of Channel Roots, and our purpose is to elevate agriculture and provide healthy, nutritious, and chemical-free produce to Mississippi. So over the last few years, I believe that traditional farming has shown some unsustainability when it comes to logistics, price volatility, as well as labor shortages. Now, globally, in the last 4 decades, a third of the world's arable land or farmable land has been destroyed. This has been due to intensive farming practices, as well as the soil being eroded and being polluted by chemicals. So the solution to this is hydroponics. Hydroponics in a controlled environment agriculture setting can be grown. So hydroponically grown produce can be grown indoors. And by doing this locally, you can actually tackle the access to fresh, nutritious food in local communities. By also growing indoors, you eliminate the need for harmful chemicals because you're not growing in soil. As well as locally grown produce has lower transportation costs, as well as since it's being local, it has a longer shelf life. Many countries and states have already adopted this form of agriculture, and on the bottom, this is an example of arrow farms where in Abu Dhabi they're able to be 400 times more efficient per square foot, growing at 14 levels. So how hydroponics works? Essentially, you're growing produce in nutrient-rich solution water, and then instead of using sunlight, you're replacing that with LED lights. The LED lights is essentially transferring the energy to the plants for photosynthesis, and then by controlling the environment, you can optimize the growth of many varieties of produce. This allows for fruits and produce to be grown year-round regardless of weather conditions and seasonality. You can also use up to 95% less water by growing this way. This has been a well-known resilient hedge to food insecurity and sustainability. So the financials for this, essentially we're going to be growing microgreens and leafy greens. Microgreens has a 10 to 14-day turnaround. And then also leafy greens like lettuce can be grown 5 times a year compared to traditionally 2 to 3 times a year. Now, there's a variety of different leafy greens and microgreens, and this shows the economics for microgreens, where essentially microgreens and leafy greens produce is measured by their weight, and then the profitability is between $21 and $36 per pound for microgreens. And in the case of lettuce, a case of lettuce has actually fluctuated from $30 to $100 in the last 2 years due to COVID. And we'd like to sell our produce in subscription models to farmers markets, and also having our own proprietary technology, we can generate revenue through using our licensing technology to other companies. So on the right, you can see a map of the vendors of a reverse osmosis system that I have. The vendors are essentially going to be in areas where hydroponics is needed or is already located. And so on the bottom there, you can see that there's no vendors essentially in the south. We're going to follow our marketing strategy. It's going to be puddle, pond, lake, and ocean, where we're going to start with farmers markets and refine our systems to essentially do business to business with smaller private restaurants, where chefs and private owners can have the purchasing power and decisions. So we have a second mover advantage for hydroponics, where on the bottom, these are industry leaders when it comes to hydroponics. Aeroforms, Plenty, and Bowery are very big companies, but they're primarily in the north and the west coast. Locally, if we're going to be distributing to restaurants, the local distributors are United Foods and Bountiful Harvest, where they still get their food from other locations. 96% of horticulture comes from California, and that's going to be shipped to Arkansas or Jackson and then to here. So we can produce more food at a higher quality for people in Starkville. And then we have competitive pricing due to cutting out supply chain factors. Our direct competitors, like the ones on the bottom, essentially are not locally available. They're sticking to the North and West Coast, where this has been more feasible to them, but I believe there's a market here. And then also, a lot of these companies use other outsourced companies to have their technology and their equipment to grow, and we would like to use our own.
Awesome, good work. On your slide showing a little bit of the revenue per item sold per pound, what do your actual startup costs look like to get the equipment and things like that to be able to produce the vegetables?
So initial investment is high for these kinds of farms. I would like to do a warehouse where you can grow in more space, but a container farm, for instance, is roughly $100,000 to $140,000, and they do not. They're advertising for one container farm being equivalent to 5 acres. I don't see the math in that. So I'm trying to do the warehouse, and I essentially do not have the numbers for a warehouse yet.
And then you mentioned proprietary tech. What is that? What do you have that's proprietary?
So we're working on our own system for automating the water measuring as well as the environment, and then by using Arduinos and Python, like the smaller sensors, we're doing our own prototypes. And then I'd like to go to a hardware consulting firm that can actually build the PCB boards and then have our own technology that way. But still working on trying to make ourselves different.
Awesome, thank you.
Quick question. So in your mission statement, you noted that you guys want to provide like nutritious produce. Outside of leafy greens, are there any other more perhaps nutritious and or delicious things that you're looking at?
Yes, sir. So microgreens are a new fad, essentially. Microgreens are the premature state of most of your leafy greens, or like broccoli and peas. Their nutrient packed and the health benefits have been really big for most people, and that's why they're being more popular recently. So.
What are you majoring in?
I'm a senior in industrial engineering.
Okay. Do you actually run any products out of that?
So I have everything to do this now. The last package came the Tuesday after spring break, and my apartment's pretty dusty, so I don't really want to grow in there. I'm trying to find. I had a room, but it's in Birmingham, and so being here locally, I want to stay here locally, and I'm still just trying to find a place that's going to be more or less not so dirty. I mean, my apartment's not dirty; it's just dusty.
I just wondered if horticulture or anybody down there is anything with that.
So I believe Dorman has hydroponics, but they're doing it in greenhouses, and there's not really much technology involved.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we're gonna have Sean. What slide do you want to start on? The glow one? Or, okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. It's just cut out on me last time. So.
How many of you have ever been to a nighttime event that involved glow sticks? You crack them, they're fun, you can make different shapes with them, and then after they're out, you throw them away. The next slide. The down. Gotcha. Thank you. Okay, can I start over? Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go at this again. How many of you have ever been to an event that involved glow sticks? You crack them, you use them, right? And then you throw them away, unfortunately. Then, what about the MSU light show? During the third quarter, you have it to where you can pull out your phone and have the light. But what if you've recorded half the game and now your phone's dead? How do you participate in that light show without the light? That's where Shine comes into play. Shine stands for Small, Handheld, Interchangeable Night Entertainment and is made to combine convenience and fun into one. Here we have some images of my product as well. Now, as I mentioned before, the problem that we're talking about is that there's limited nighttime entertainment out there. And the ones that are out there, you usually either have to give back if you got them at a concert, or like I mentioned with the glow sticks, you throw them away. With Shine, you have a different, as I mentioned, these are other products as well. But with Shine, you have an opportunity to mix and match as well as customize your device. Here are some images of the device, and you might be wondering, well, how does it work? So, first, all you have to do is with your desired shell on, you switch on the device and it activates the light. You can also change the different color modes. I previously had it on blue, but it will change colors as well. And previously, it's hiding in here. As I mentioned, we have different attachments that go on the back. So this one is on the magnet and you would attach it to your cowbell. So now you can sit for the light show and not use your phone. Right, I'm gonna give this to you guys now. Okay, we're back on track. Here's some more images as well of the product, and one of the other attachments is actually to where you can put it on your wrist. So now I can have it on my hand as if I was at my own concert, right? But we even have somebody that's really excited to get their paws on this. Can you guess? A secret celebrity? Bully! Now we're back to business. So currently I'm still working on the financial model for this product, but looking at other products that are on this market, I'm thinking about $3 to $5 for my manufacturing costs. We have these products, these prototypes that I have are 3D printed, and then the device in the inside is actually LED. Now the shells is also interchangeable with the device, so I do have a third prototype to show you. And this one involves the clip with the paw print on it. So the idea is that we would also be able to get schools involved where they can get their own logos customized onto the shell. Give this to you guys. Now we can't forget about our competitors. So currently what I found is that Xylobands and Pixmob were the leading competitors as far as selling this product or products similar. Xylobands in the US and then Pixmob in Canada. And glow sticks as well, as I mentioned. So looking at glow sticks, the estimated market last year for 2022 was 134.8 million. So I feel that, there's a market to sell this to people. And as far as pricing goes, as I mentioned, the manufacturing cost is $3 to $5 per unit. We would sell them for $20 to $30, including the USB cord, because we're not Apple, we're going to include it. So you can recharge the device. And then we have the attachments that would be sold for $10 and the shells that would range from $5 to $12, depending on the complexity of the design. As I mentioned, the paw print would be something that was like with the schools, as far as licensing goes, of course, that would be more expensive. And then something simple like a heart or a star, something like that, that would obviously be the cheaper cost. We would sell them in stores like maybe Party City, Spirit stores on campus, and we would also have schools maybe participate in fundraisers with these devices. And we also want to get the community engaged and have them have their own design contest where they can create a design and submit it as well, and have it to where that'll be our limited edition shine design for the year. That way we can know what people are interested in and what they're coming back for to buy and repurchase. And that is all I have for you today.
It's awesome. Good work. I don't know if it's a pro or a con to list your judge's company as a competitor. But I'm just kidding. I think this is very cool. I love that it's interchangeable. I just wanted, can you go back to your pricing slide really quickly for me?
This way. This one.
Yes, this one. So just a little bit, do you know how long battery life is?
I believe it's about 2 hours for on a full charge.
Okay. Very good work.
Yeah, great work as well. I'm curious what, if you at any point considered selling more towards businesses or corporations, and perhaps why you chose the approach that you did.
I actually, specifically, when I first thought of the idea, I am in the color guard at MSU, and so I was trying to, use my cowbell, my pom-poms, and all that stuff at the same time. So at first I wanted to market just to college students, something for them to use because, they go to the football games. But then I was thinking more this maybe could be a cool school fundraiser, and you can have it in pep rallies and things like that. So, but it also would come down to the manufacturing costs, because if you do have a high manufacturing cost, you obviously have to sell it for more. College students may or may not pay a high price for something that's small, but we've all been to the Spirit store and maybe bought a sweatshirt that was $50. So I'm sure that, somebody might be interested in buying something that is reusable, rechargeable, things like that.
Can you speak a little bit more to your bill of materials? Is that that mega processor with a NeoPixel library, or
that is the more technological side, I could say. I am an art major, so I am currently on the design side of the product, but I am trying to do more research on products that are similar to this, as far as like if you can find them overseas or things like that. There is one product that I saw that was about $3 for the unit, but it is waterproof, but it obviously doesn't have the rechargeable factor of it. It's it's a battery, I mean.
So who made your prototype?
I had Landon Case and make the prototypes.
Nice. Okay.
Yes. I'm sure you're familiar.
Very good.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next contestant is gonna be Recaller.
Perfect. Okay, here's your clicker and down is next.
Hi, my name is Jake, and I'm a data science major, and this is my neat little idea that might just revolutionize education as we know it. But first off, let's talk about flashcards. Got them right here. Everybody's used flashcards. You write something on one side, you memorize what's on the other side. They're insanely effective, classic, and the process of making them alone is already, studied. However, in the digital age, they are overshadowed by flashcard apps, i.e. Quizlet. Everybody's used Quizlet too, at least college students. Quizlet's also got front and back cards, but they've got some other cool features like Learn and Quiz, which offer more effective ways to memorize. Over 60 million people use Quizlet monthly. That's insane. However, they've started locking a lot of features like Learn behind a subscription paywall, and it's also becoming more of a homework service like Chegg instead of purely a memorization tool. And then we have Anki. Now, Anki is very special. Anki is a flashcard program that uses something called spaced repetition. Spaced repetition involves spacing out information you study in a way that maximizes retention and minimizes review of content you already know. It's based on the forgetting curve, you can see it right there, which states that if you recall a memory right before you're about to forget it, it strengthens even more so than it would have if you just recalled it whenever. It's scientifically proven and it's powerful. Anki uses algorithms that figure out exactly when to show a user a card studied after X amount of days, and it's a tool that is invaluable to medical students and language learners worldwide. It's the only way they can memorize such massive amounts of information. However, it's not very well known, has no dedicated web or mobile apps, and there's a bit of a learning curve. It's kind of clunky and hard to use. So this is my big idea. A spaced repetition app that is as pretty and easy to use as Quizlet, but is as powerful as Anki. It could be the TikTok of knowledge. The market is there, and it's secret. Someone is going to create it because it's something that would optimize human function. Once people catch on to the math, the literal math of forgetting, students and educators will be racing to find the best spaced repetition software to suit their needs. We're already optimizing many areas of human life. It's time to optimize memory. And this is a little proof of concept that I've got here. It's not anywhere near complete. It's what I made only over spring break, but it's progress. I made it in Swift. The first version will not be an iOS app, though. It will be a web app. I set up the database. Users can log in and log out. A basic front end. That I got a basic menu. And that's all I have there. And it would be called Recaller. That's the name. So at first, it'll run ads, like any web application would. If enough people start using it, those ads will make money. Eventually, there will be a full paid version for the pros out there, though, like medical students and language learners. And there's some money math for you right there, in case y'all need to see that. And I'm making the proof of concept right now, and development of the web app is in preparation. My friend knows React.js, which is a front-end development framework, so I plan to have him as a partner to help me out, and I'll develop the backend in Django. I have a marketing major friend who plans to help me out with social media marketing, and I'm in contact with an algorithms and psychology professor to come up with a more powerful spaced repetition algorithm that is based on something called the two-component model of memory, which is something that goes even beyond Anki. Spaced repetition is the most efficient way to memorize information, yet it is not well known, nor is it taught in schools. I will change that. And that is all.
Good work. And really lots of props to show the initiative to start working on it now. Can you talk a little bit about timeline? When realistically, if you had some initial funding, do you think that you could have a viable product?
So at first, I thought I needed $10,000 because I was going to hire a front-end developer, but my friend, who is a better programmer than me, offered to help me with it in exchange for some equity, so I can pay him about half that for him to work on the project. He didn't have a job right now because he's doing freelance work, so he thinks he can have something out by this summer. The ultimate deadline for me personally is December, but especially if I don't get an internship this summer and choose to work on this, we will have something working by this summer. At the very least, the proof of concept by May.
Hey, yeah, great job. That's a lot of work, and I usually don't like doing homework during the break, so kudos to you. I'm curious if you can walk me through why you are choosing memory as opposed to other types of sort of neuroscientific, let's just call them heuristics for right now, in terms of how to best optimize brain function. Is memory something that you want to start with? Is it the sole thing, or are you looking at sort of doing other components of how neuroscience can be optimized for the individual?
It's definitely more of a personal interest because I used to be a biochemistry major, and I had to memorize all the amino acids, all the pH, pKa's, stuff like that, and I had to use Anki in order to do that. And of course, like any high school or college student, I had experience with Quizlet, and I don't know, I just came up with the idea one day, and I decided I wanted to pursue it. I think going into other parts of the human brain would be pretty cool, but this is memories, kind of the sole thing I have going right now.
Okay. Very good.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And you were a biochem major, but now you're not?
Yes, I'm data science now.
Data science.
Very new program here.
You gotta memorize a lot of that.
Actually, no, but so they just kind of throw you in until you start programming. But I still like this stuff. So
Great work.
thank you.
Alrighty. Up next we have hand technologies. Is this you?
Yep, that's
Do you want a mic? Yeah.
No.
I think I'm okay.
Okay, perfect. And the down arrow is the next.
Next slide. Gotcha. All right, let me give it a practice run. Hello, everybody. My name is Ernesto Borrego. I am a co-founder at Hand Technologies. Hand Technologies, or Hand, is a startup that was formed by my partner, Dr. Dennis Smith, and I, for the purpose of solving a critical supply chain issue in the aerospace industry, which revolves around the production of carbon-carbon composites. Right now, in the United States, we are falling behind our foreign adversaries in key technological domains such as the development of hypersonic aircraft and missiles. And this is because there's a huge bottleneck for the production of the thermal protection systems of these vehicles. Right now, it takes 6 to 9 months to fabricate these thermal protection systems. And that's because the resins that they're using for their process are very low carbon yielding, which requires a multi-step processing approach to these materials. Now, with our unique resin chemistry that we've developed here at Mississippi State, and which Hand has a unique, an exclusive license to, we are able to take that production time from 9 months down to weeks, and we're pushing that down to days, if possible. And this is because our resin chemistry that we've developed is extremely high carbon yielding, and it facilitates a single step processing approach. And so it's really easy to use. We've given this out to engineers. All the engineers have to do is deposit our powdered resin on top of the carbon fibers, melt and fuse and press them into the carbon fibers, and then using the same tooling, all the same equipment, they do the heat treatments that they do right now in industry to convert that resin into carbon. And so here you could see a couple of examples. These are cross sections with electron microscopes of our composite pieces. So excellent consolidation. And our marketing approach has been to show and demonstrate all of these results at relevant conferences. And we've won awards, we've garnered the interest and financial support from major players such as NASA, Battelle, the Missile Defense Agency, the Defense Logistics Agency. And we've created a demand for our resin such that we've been able to successfully fund and do our pilot production at a multi-kilogram scale. So this is not just a lab scale curiosity. This is something that could be scaled to tons potentially. And so we've been providing this to potential customers. This is one such testimony that we have. This is Daniel Knorr. He's a team lead at the Army Research Lab, and he has quoted our resin as being in the top 2 resins of the 90 resins that they've evaluated from different academic, commercial, and government sources. So this technology is the real deal. It's been recognized within this high temperature community. This is above $70 billion sized market. It costs more than $20 million to produce a single hypersonic is what we've been quoted. And so we want to take a slice of this market by both selling and licensing our technology to the relevant partners. And so this is a must. I mean, this is more than a product. This is a matter of national security. So for that reason, I think it's a winner. And just happy to demonstrate the technology here today.
Good work. You mentioned an exclusive license. Do y'all have an exclusive license?
Yes, we do.
Okay, can you speak a little bit more to your business structure and how that's set up? Is that something that you can then relicense to others? Or how does that work?
Yes, exactly. So my partner, Dr. Dennis Smith, and I, we are the inventors for this whole process from this material. And we got that patent with Mississippi State, and we have the license from them. We can work out an agreement to, exactly license that out.
Gotcha. So the patent is here with MSU. Okay. And then tell me a little bit more about what's next. It sounds like y'all have already started production and preliminary testing with DoD. Like, how do you scale?
Yeah, from here, well, it's just 2 things. It's one, scaling this further because the demand is so great. There's so many people that have seen this material. They know it's the real thing. It's especially hard to get these properties. So the demand is great, and we want to do a further scale up because our material is going quick, and we want to develop a different process for the synthesis. So we're working on things like synthesizing this resin from multiple waste feedstocks.
I have a lot more questions, but I will pass it on.
Yeah, forgive my ignorance. So high carbon yield resin formulations. It's been 15 years literally since I did chemistry in university, like for first year. So can you help me understand an example that is perhaps more my level?
Yeah. So I have a little coupon here. This is a carbon fiber reinforced polymer matrix composite. If I take this and let's say the polymer is the glue that's holding all the fibers together, I want to convert it into this high value composite, which is carbon-carbon. I'm going to burn this, convert the polymer into carbon. Right now, the standard will blow, it'll swell, so they have to reinfuse with more resin, and it's a long, very drawn out process.
So are there any other applications for this?
Yeah, yes, sir, absolutely. So we can not only use this as a carbon-carbon, we could also use it as a carbon polymer matrix composite. This has very high thermal oxidative stability. So you can heat up this composite. We've done some preliminary flammability tests. So it doesn't catch on fire. Our collaborators have told us that this is, a very unique material. It's likely going to pass all of the FFA's specs for being an anti-flammable material. So you could use it inside submarines or any sort of military structure.
All right, our last presenter tonight is gonna be Lug and Plug. If you'll give the judges just a second. Down is next, and then do you want the microphone? Okay.
Yeah, the mic's for the live stream.
Do I have the mic?
Okay, can I leave it right here? Okay, I'll figure it out. Okay.
No, you're good.
All right. Let's do it. Hello, I'm Max Burge, and my friend Michael and I are creators of Luck and Plug LLC. Michael is not here today, but I do have another friend, Pluck, and he's the man of the hour. So let's get this started. We've got a problem. Blind box toys are only fun until you open them. There's a ton of suspense, this like dopamine coming out. Which one are you going to get? You open it, you already know what it is. Your engagement plummets downward. And as such, the collector has very little reason to actually buy one of these figurines, unless the figure represents a licensed IP that the collector already enjoys, or the collectible serve as some kind of valuable retail investment, such as like rare baseball cards or something such as that. So our solution is Luck and Plug. They're collectible figures that tell a story to keep customer engagement. They're a blind box figure with a hero inside. We've already made some progress on this. As you can see, we have a prototype as well as a Redbubble store. We have stickers and t-shirts available. Memorize that hyperlink. If you ever get bored, you can just buy something from us. Here's how it works. We're going to turn blind boxes into a narrative medium for storytelling. Fun is the ends, and figuring out the story is the means. So we're going to utilize visual storytelling. Each Luck and Pluck figure shows a different stage of our hero on his journey. You buy one figure, you're introduced to the narrative, and so now you are compelled to buy another figure to figure this out. It's almost like a figure that comes with a puzzle. Business model and financials, full transparency. This is exactly why we are here. We're going to sell 3.5-inch plastic figures direct to consumer online. We eventually intend to sell to big stores like Target and Books A Million, market size. This information is esoteric to say the least. They are locked behind extremely steep my friend over here would give me a word. He's an English major. Paywalls, that's the word. They're incredibly steep paywalls, and so we need a ton of help with that. Namely, we would like to get an estimate from an injection molding place, as well as price our figure. How are we going to market this? We're going to use social media such as TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, etc. We're going to foster a community of influencers and fans that produce this media. Why is that? A collector is a fan and a fan is an advertiser. And we're going to use this retro video games aesthetic as a sort of way to provide a nostalgic and familiar experience to gamers and just nerds. So, our competition and competitive advantage. Retro video game aesthetic taps into that powerful yet niche market. Other blind boxes and collectible figurines already rely on existing IPs such as Kid Robot, or they lack narrative and rely solely on design. Companies such as Pop Mart
sort of take this route. At the end of the day, people buy stories, they want engagement, and we want engagement because that means the customer will keep coming back, and would love to take your questions.
Good work.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to talk to you sometime about injection molding.
Great.
How do you think that you can scale from, also your 3D prints is very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Where did you get that made?
Idea Shop.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. Plug for the Idea Shop.
Across from
do you feel
Starkville
like
Cafe.
you could scale starting with 3D printing and then move into injection molding, or is this something where you really want to start selling mass market with injection molding first?
We are inclined to injection molding just because that's how the big boys are doing it, and maybe some research would skew our opinion one way or the other, but we're thinking about injection molding. We plan to do a series of figures, so in a blind box, I suppose I didn't explain that very well for the uninformed. They're slightly different variations of the same figure, and so this hero will have different equipment on his journey and so on and so forth. So we see injection molding as the most optimal way to go forward.
Thank you.
I've never heard anything like this, and all I have to say is enjoy the ride. This sounds good, and I think how do I put this? This sounds like it's about fun, and I think a lot of shops that end up in this kind of position the next 10, 15, 20 years end up not fun. So maybe just remember, enjoy it. This is cool.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our new product division, or new product 2 division. Judges, if y'all will go back into the East Center, into the conference room, and if everyone else will just hang out for a second, we're gonna have a brief intermission, and y'all can help yourselves some snacks or beverages, and we'll be right back to awards. But we're gonna do People's Choice Awards. On the pamphlet y'all have, there should be a QR code in the bottom right corner. And there should be some more on the table over there if y'all need one, but I'll let y'all grab those first. Hannah, is that your phone? All right, so once you have the pamphlet, if you'll scan that QR code and the password that you will have for the new product 2 division on the Google form is 7552. So 7552. So you'll type in. Does that work? And that voting will be open for 5 minutes, so don't do that as fast as you can. 7552. Are these yours? You want them?
Yeah, what do we need to do? You want this moved?
For pictures, let's put it.
Yeah.
I'll let you.
Yeah, I have no idea how heavy is it.
It's up my figure.
Is that gonna be good enough?
Yeah. We just.
Whatever.
Slide. All the judges are down there.
Yeah.
All right, so we're about to get into awards, but before we get started, would y'all like to say anything? Okay. Yeah, these don't work right now.
Okay, all right.
But you can fake hold if you want to.
Fake hold?
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you all. It's an honor to be here. I think it's really incredible what some of you have done. Really early on, I made this joke last time, but as someone who has gone through this, pitched at Startup Summit, and it was the main reason, like changed my life trajectory, to make light of ICUs. It's incredible to kind of see what's out there now. And this one was difficult. We had PhD students that have lots of years of research and work behind them, competing against people that are undergrad, doing things for the first time. And so this was tough because we had to grade on criteria. However, do not let these results dissuade you from what you're working on and the outcome. Again, as someone who makes light of ice cubes, and employs 30 people and ships to 40 countries around the world, there's a lot you can do with a very small idea. So just keep that in mind as we announce these results. This one, again, was a little weird with the different experience levels. So just wanted to preface with that, but I'll turn it over to y'all.
Okay, yeah. I echo everything as well, and I think I introduced myself properly. I'm David, and yeah, so I'm from Innovate, Mississippi, so I just want to say two things. First, so I'm quite new in the state, actually. So, and one of the things I've learned from going across to so many different startup events across the state is that this is a very welcoming state, and there are a lot of resources and people who want to collaborate with you across the state. So I'd really encourage you to accept that, like, deep down, that in my view, that's a truism. So again, going back to what you were just saying, the spirit of collaboration is going to advance your ideas even further, and that's very obvious that you guys are talking to other people, working with other people, and really asking for honest feedback, and that's great. The other piece as well too is that with your pitches and presentations, I thought you guys did a great job presenting not only who you are, but also that you do have an idea where it's going, and I think your fundamentals are very good. So I think you should congratulate yourself on that, like, sincerely. So great job, everyone. Yeah.
I guess it's my turn. He makes light up ice cubes. I make 200 different barbecue sauces. So who would know if there's that many barbecue sauces? That's only the tip of the iceberg. I just enjoy coming to these things. I really enjoy seeing the thought, work, effort, and the ideas that come out of all of you. I just regret that we have this when I was in. So, we'll be doing 300 Anyway, thank you very much, and great job by all of you.
All right, let's go ahead and get started with these awards. awards. So our first award is the People's Choice Awards, which was voted on by y'all, and that is going to go to Sean.
So do I get to go to the bank and watch you try to catch that? Does have it down there? Yeah.
Great work.
Stay up here, yeah. All right, our next award is going to be third place in the new product 2 division, and that's going to be creative.
Good job.
Awesome. Good work. That was good.
Our next award is going to be second overall, and that is going to Recaller.
Remember something.
Maybe so.
Good job.
Yeah.
All right, our last award is our first place award for our new product 2 division, and that is going to Hand Technologies. Just a little bit, I'm sorry, just make sure and if I can get all the winners up here, I'm for a great picture.
Thank you.
Yes. And then if all the winners come up for pictures.
Huge.
Well, I think, yeah, but you might have to like do some like squat action type.
You could like do up down.
Yeah, y'all stagger y'all's checks, but don't cover your face.
That works.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Sound good? Yes. Awesome. Congratulations, y'all.